海不睡觉，但海的声音能让所有人睡着。今晚的故事是从海里捞上来的，你不用记住它，让它像潮水一样来了又走就好。
The dark behind your eyes is already soft, already familiar. The way a room feels when the lights have just gone out and the shapes of things are still known to you. Your body has begun to settle now, heavier at the shoulders, heavier at the hips, sinking slightly into whatever holds you. Let it sink. There is nothing to hold up tonight. Somewhere past that darkness, past the weight of your own stillness, there is a sound. It comes slowly, the way sounds do when they travel over water. A soft lapping, unhurried, the small percussion of a river deciding, again and again, to keep moving. You do not need to know where this river is. You only need to hear it, the way you might hear rain from inside a warm house, distant enough to be no concern of yours. The water moves the way breath moves, in and out, a gathering then a release. Listen to it for a while. There is nothing else you need to do. The sound carries a scent with it now, faint at first, the way a memory arrives before you know what it belongs to. It is green and cool, something like reeds after rain, something like the underside of a leaf. Beneath that, something sweeter, not sharp, not perfumed in the way a market stall is perfumed, but soft, diffuse, as if the sweetness has been dissolved into the air, rather than sprayed across it. You might notice, if you let your attention drift toward it without reaching, that the smell seems to come from the water itself, as though the river has been steeping all day, slowly the way tea steeps, releasing what it holds only after long stillness. Notice the weight of your own hands now, resting wherever they rest. Notice that you are not gripping anything. Notice that your breath has already begun to match the rhythm of the water you are hearing, slow, then slower, without your asking it to. The light is going out of the sky in the way it always does at this hour, not suddenly, but as a slow withdrawal, color leaving the edges first. What remains is a kind of gray gold, thin as silk pulled tight, lying along the horizon where the river meets whatever comes after the river. If you are standing at the edge of this water, though you are not standing, you are lying down, you are already further from standing than you have been all day. You would feel the ground turn soft beneath your feet, damp reeds, cool mud, the give of earth that has spent all day holding water. The bank slopes gently. There is no ledge here, no sudden drop, only a slow descent, the land easing itself into the river, the way a body eases itself into sleep, without a seam, without a moment you could point to and say, here, this is where one thing ended and another began. Mist has started to rise from the surface, low and pale, gathering in places where the water is stillest. It does not move the way smoke moves, it moves the way thought moves in the last minutes before sleep, drifting sideways, never quite becoming anything you could name. Your eyelids are heavy now, heavier than they were a few minutes ago, though you may not remember the exact moment that happened. That is how heaviness works. It does not announce itself, it only arrives, and by the time you notice it, it has already settled in, the way this mist has already settled over the water, without seeming to travel there at all. And the scent of green things steeping slowly into evening, and the weight of your own body sinking further into whatever is holding you tonight. The sky has gone the color of dark water now, indistinguishable from the river beneath it, so that the two seem to be one long surface stretching in every direction, holding the last of the light the way your body is holding the last of your waking thoughts, loosely, without much interest, ready to let them go. The river keeps moving, the mist keeps rising, and somewhere below, in the space where scent becomes structure and patience becomes shape, something is quietly, gently being made ready. There is a text very old that speaks of this river and this waiting. It is called the 9 Songs, Joga, and among its verses is one voice, singing to another who does not answer in words, only in water. The voice belongs to a river god's companion, and she is called the Lady of the Shang. You do not need to hold her name closely tonight. It is enough to know that she waits, and that waiting has a shape here, and the shape is a house. The text says something simple, something that sounds almost like a destruction, though no one alive now remembers who first spoke it aloud. Build a house in the water, 注是溪水中, 4 words in the old tongue, and inside those 4 words, an entire logic of devotion unfolds, patient and complete. Consider what it means to build in water. A house on land rises from the ground, the way a thought rises from stillness, taking what is solid and stacking it upward, wall by wall, until it holds a shape against the sky. But a house in water has to be built differently. It cannot fight the river. It has to be made from things the river already loves, things that float, things that bend, things that know how to be held by water without breaking. This is why the house is not built from stone. You feel that difference already, somewhere beneath your ribs. A house that yields is safer here than a house that resists. The old builders, if they were builders at all, if this was ever more than longing turned into architecture, understood that a river accepts what moves with it and refuses what stands rigid against it. So they built with flowers, not flowers as decoration, flowers as the actual bones of the house, the beams, the walls, the roof itself, all grown rather than built, all rooted rather than nailed. This is the part of the story that documentary readers of the text return to again and again, because it is strange in a way that feels less like myth and more like devotion translated directly into form. Someone loved a river spirit enough to build her an entire home out of the softest things they could find, trusting that softness, gathered densely enough, could hold a roof the way stone holds a roof on drier ground. You can feel the tenderness in that logic, even now, even at this distance of centuries, even half asleep. It is the tenderness of building something, not because it needs to be strong, but because it needs to be enough to say, I made this for you, and I made it from everything gentle I had. Let your shoulders drop a little further into whatever is beneath you right now. Notice the weight of your own arms, resting, unneeded for anything until morning. The house being built tonight does not require your hands. It only asks that you notice it forming, slowly, the way sleep forms, not built all at once, but gathered, petal by petal, into something whole. The text does not explain why the house must be built in the water rather than beside it. Perhaps because the God she loved lived below the surface, in the deep places where rivers keep their oldest currents. Perhaps because a house on the bank could be seen by anyone, while a house beneath the water belongs only to the two who know where to find it. Or perhaps, and this feels truest, in the hush of a night like this one, because water itself is the only material patient enough to hold a love that outlasts an ordinary lifetime. Rivers do not forget the way people forget. They carry the same water in different forms for thousands of years, sending it upward as mist, downward as rain, sideways as current, but never truly losing it. A house built inside that kind of patience is a house built to last as long as forgetting takes, which is to say, it is a house built to last almost forever, or at least long enough that no one watching from the shore could ever measure its ending. You do not have to understand all of this to feel it. The feeling arrives on its own, the way warmth arrives in a cold room once you have stopped noticing the cold. Here is what the water is doing right now, in the space just beneath where the light gives out. It is holding still in a way that water rarely holds still, not frozen, not silent, but gathered, the way breath gathers just before a long exhale. Something has asked the current to slow here, just for tonight, just for this stretch of river, so that whatever is forming beneath the surface can form without disturbance. You can sense that stillness even from where you rest, far from any actual river, in whatever bed or chair or soft dark corner is holding you now. It is the same stillness your own body knows just before sleep arrives, the current of your thoughts slowing, gathering, asking permission to settle, rather than rushing forward into another hour of waking. The river grants that permission easily. It has granted it before, for other nights, for other listeners, and it grants it again now without hesitation, without asking anything in return. This is the ritual logic beneath the poem, the reason scholars set this entry apart from the louder myths of dragons and floods and warring gods. There is no conflict here. There is no danger to overcome, no monster waiting in the depths. There is only a river god's devotion, taking the shape of patient construction, and a goddess who is loved enough to be given an entire underwater world, built solely from things that smell sweet in the evening air. The scholars who study these songs sometimes call this category ritual, sometimes call it love, and mostly they admit the two were never really separate in the old world. To build a house for someone was to perform a ritual of care. To perform a ritual of care, gathered with enough patience and enough fragrance, was already a form of love, the kind that does not announce itself, that simply continues, season after season, current after current, without needing to be witnessed. You do not need to witness it either. You only need to rest near it, the way the mist rests near the water, without asking it to explain itself. Feel your own breathing settle into something slower now, something closer to the rhythm of water moving without hurry across smooth stone. Notice that your jaw has already softened, that your hands have stopped holding on to anything, that even your thoughts have begun to drift the way petals drift when they first leave a branch, uncertain yet unafraid of where they land. Somewhere below the surface tonight, in the place where the poem says a house is being built, the first material is already gathering. It is not stone, it is not timber. It is lotus, wide, pale, patient lotus, its leaves lying flat upon the water like something that has always known it would someday become a roof. You do not need to see it clearly yet. It is enough to know that it is close, that it is soft, that it is being lowered gently into place the way sleep is lowered gently over a mind that has finally agreed to stop resisting it. The river continues to hold its stillness. The mist continues to rise, slow and unhurried, carrying the scent of green water and old devotion up into the darkening air. And somewhere beneath all of it, patient as the current itself, the first walls of a fragrant house are beginning to take their shape, waiting only for you to come closer and to listen and to let yourself sink just a little further into the quiet unfolding of what is being built for someone who has waited a very long time to be given a home. The line that names this moment comes from an old song, sung to the river long before this night, and it says simply, roofed with lotus. O Chuci Hagai. The roof is lotus, not shaped like lotus, not carved to resemble it. The line does not describe an imitation of a flower laid over stone. It describes the flower itself, entire and living, becoming the roof. This is the first thing the old text asks you to accept, gently, without argument. In this house there is no difference between the material and the meaning. The lotus does not decorate the shelter. The lotus is the shelter. You can let that settle into you slowly, the way water settles into cloth. A roof made of stone keeps out rain by being hard and unmoving. A roof made of lotus keeps out nothing, and needs to. It rests instead. It curves the way a hand curves when it is not holding anything tightly, when it has simply been offered, palm up, into the dark. Above the walls that are still gathering themselves out of mist, you can sense the shape of it now, wide and round and low, the way a lily pad rests on the surface of still water, without asking the water's permission, because none is needed. It has always belonged there. The lotus does not fight the river, it agrees with it, and so the roof does not sit above the house the way a stone roof sits above a stone house, heavy, separate, holding its weight apart from what it covers. It lies close, it breathes with what is beneath it. When the current moves far below, the whole house seems to exhale with it, slow and unhurried, the roof rising and falling by some fraction too small to measure, the way your own chest rises and falls right now, without your needing to direct it. You do not have to make yourself breathe. It happens on its own, the way this roof settles into place on its own, needing no nails, no beams, no human hand pressing it down. It is simply unfolding, the way a flower unfolds when no one is watching, because unfolding is what a flower does when it is given the quiet to do it in. The old texts that first recorded this song were not troubled by the strangeness of a roof made from a flower. They wrote it the way they wrote the names of mountains and the courses of rivers, plainly, as though this were simply how a house looks when it is built with devotion instead of timber. The scholars who copied these words onto bamboo, centuries after they were first sung, did not pause to explain how a roof could be made of lotus petals and still keep out the weather. They understood, perhaps, that this was never a house meant to keep out weather. It was a house meant to hold longing, and longing needs no roof at all, except the kind that can be built from the softest thing a person has ever loved. This is the documentary heart of the song. If a song like this can be said to have such a thing, every part of the house to come, the walls, the pillars, the door frames, the rooms, will be made this same way, not represented by a flower, made of one. The whole structure is a garden that has agreed, for one night, to hold its shape as a home. You do not need to understand how this is possible. You only need to notice how it feels, this idea of a house grown rather than built, assembled from petals instead of planks, where every beam was once alive and still remembers, faintly, the sun. Picture if it comes easily and without effort. the moment just before a lotus opens on the surface of still water at dawn. It does not open all at once. It loosens by degrees, one petal drawing back from the one beside it, as if remembering, slowly, that it does not need to stay closed anymore. That same slowness is happening now, above the water house, layer folding back from layer, unhurried, as though the flower has all the time that exists, because in this part of the river, perhaps it does. The roof of the house is not one lotus, it is many, joined so closely that no line remains between one petal and the next, until the whole surface reads as a single continuous curve, pale in the low light, rose-toned where the last color of the sky still touches it, deepening toward its center into a green so soft it could almost be mistaken for shade instead of color. Beneath it, the air will smell the way the inside of a flower smells just after rain, cool, faintly sweet, carrying a trace of pond water and warm stone. You do not need to reach for that smell. Let it come to you instead, the way scent always arrives, before you have decided to notice it, filling a room before your mind is caught up to what it is breathing. This is worth resting in for a moment, the way you might rest your whole weight into a mattress that has been waiting all day to receive it. Notice the weight of your own body right now, settling further into whatever is holding it, the mattress, the cushion, the quiet dark behind your eyes. Notice that this settling asks nothing of you except permission. The lotus roof settles the same way, into the space made for it, needing only to be allowed. The song does not linger on how difficult it might be, in the world outside of dream, to grow a roof from flowers. It does not explain the impossible engineering of pollen and petal holding back rain that has never once touched this house, because in the story, the rain does not fall here. Only the river rises gently around the walls, patient, half in love with what is being built above it. This is a house raised inside water, remember, not beside it. The lotus roof does not need to keep out storms. It only needs to hold, softly, the small quiet space beneath it where someone has been waited for a very long time. You might notice somewhere in your chest a small easing, the kind that comes when you realize a thing does not need to be strong to be enough. The roof of this house is not strong. It is soft and open and willing, and that is precisely why it holds. There is an old habit of thought that measures shelter by its hardness. Thick walls, heavy beams, the kind of roof that resists the sky by sheer refusal. This house refuses nothing. It bends where the wind bends. It opens where the light asks it to open, and in doing so, it becomes something rarer than shelter. It becomes an offering. The documentary record does not say who first built it this way, only that it was made for her, the quiet presence who has been waiting somewhere just beneath the mist, since before this house began to take its shape. She does not ask for stone. She has never asked for stone. What she has waited for, across a great and patient stretch of time, is something soft enough to prove that someone remembered exactly how she liked to be sheltered, not enclosed, not shut away, but held the way still water holds the sky's reflection, gently, without distortion, without demand. You may feel your own eyelids taking on that same softness now, heavy in the way that petals are heavy, not with weight exactly, but with the readiness to close. Let them close a little further, if they have not already, the way petals draw inward as evening settles, not out of tiredness exactly, but out of trust that the dark that is coming is a kind one. The roof continues to lower itself into place above the house, unhurried, layer after layer, petal drawn close to petal, until what was once loose and floating on the river's surface has become something whole. A covering, a canopy, a low green sky held just above the water, holding back nothing at all except the last thin light of day. Beneath it, the rest of the house waits its turn to be built. Walls have not yet risen, pillars have not yet found their place, but the roof is settling first, the way sleep sometimes settles over a person's eyes before the rest of the body has agreed to follow. A softness arriving ahead of everything else, patient, undemanding, asking only to be allowed to stay. You do not need to build anything yourself. You only need to notice, drifting gently behind your closed eyes, this floating shape taking form above still water, pale petals joined into one continuous curve, cool and green and faintly sweet, lowering itself, without any hurry at all, into the exact place it was always meant to rest. And beneath that lotus roof, in the dim green light it lets through, the walls are only just beginning to remember their own shape. Pale stems gathering themselves out of the mist, slow as breath, patient as the current, waiting for you to come a little closer and let the fragrance of what is being built settle into you, the way the last of the daylight is settling now into the quiet, unhurried dark. The walls are gathering now, one pale stem at a time, and there is no need to hurry them. Soon, the fragrant iris of the river shallows grows tall and slender, its leaves flattened into blades of soft green, its scent something between rain and crushed grass, something that clings to the fingers long after the plant has been set down. The text calls these walls soon-be iris walls, as though the plant itself simply stood up, one stalk beside another, and became something to lean against. You can sense how a wall like this would hold no weight, and yet would hold everything that mattered. Not stone, not timber, not anything hard enough to keep the world out. Only green stems, standing close together, breathing. Notice the weight of your own body right now, settled into whatever is holding you. The mattress, the cushion, the quiet dark beneath your eyelids. Notice how it asks for nothing. It simply receives you, the way these walls will simply receive the water-like passing through them, the way a house built from breath receives whoever comes to rest inside it. The iris does not grow in straight lines. It grows the way water moves, curving where the current curves, thickening where the mud is soft, thinning where the current runs faster and colder. So the wall, if it can be called a wall at all, would not stand rigid and true the way a builder's wall stands. It would lean very slightly, the way tall grass leans in a breath of wind that is barely a wind at all. It would sway without falling. It would bend without breaking. Sense the walls rising now, pale green stalks catching the last dim light let down through the lotus roof above them, a light already softened once, and now softened again, filtered twice before it reaches the space where you are resting. The color that reaches you is barely a color at all. It is more like the memory of green, the way a held breath is the memory of air. The text says only 4 words for this. Soon-be Shizatan, iris walls, purple altar, and lets the rest arrive in silence, the way most of what matters in an old song is left for the listener to complete. At the center of the room, the text places a tan, an altar, a raised and open platform, the kind built in the old world not to hide something away, but to lift it, gently, into view. And this altar, the text says, is purple, Z, a color drawn from deep river mud, or from the last hour of dusk, or from certain orchid petals when the season turns toward autumn, the exact shade left for imagination, because the poem is not interested in precision. It is interested in feeling. Purple in the old cosmology was never an ordinary color. It sat close to the color of the night sky just after sunset, the color worn by things that belong to no single hour of the day. Not quite the gold of daylight, not quite the black of full dark. To place a purple altar at the center of a house built from lotus and iris is to place, at the very heart of the structure, a small piece of twilight, permanently, quietly glowing, never needing the sun to explain itself. You do not have to picture this altar with any exact clarity. Let the color arrive the way colors arrive just before sleep. Soft-edged, drifting, more felt than seen. There is a low platform somewhere near the center of this fragrant room. It holds a color that is neither day nor night. It asks nothing of you but to notice that it is there, patient, unlit, glowing faintly from within itself. The scholars who first wrote this hymn down understood something about how devotion moves through a body. It does not announce itself with loud colors or sharp edges. It gathers slowly, the way dusk gathers, the way water rises in a house built to hold a river inside it. The purple altar is not a throne. It is not a display. It is simply the quiet center around which everything fragrant has been arranged. Walls of iris, a roof of lotus, all of it built patiently around a small still point of color that asks only to be noticed once the noticing has slowed down enough to see it. This is architecture built entirely from attention. Every plant, every color, every texture in this house exists only because someone, once in the deep past, decided that a river goddess deserved a home constructed with the same care a person gives to something they love, without expecting anything returned. There is no record of whether the Lady of the Shang ever entered this house. The text does not say, it only describes the building of it, patiently, petal by petal, wall by wall, as though the building itself were the devotion, complete on its own terms, regardless of whether anyone ever arrived to receive it. You are welcome to build a version of this house for yourself now, the way the old text suggests, room by room, breath by breath. There is no wrong way to do this. There is no way to do it incorrectly, because nothing here needs to be structurally sound. It only needs to hold fragrance. Sense the walls first. Iris, pale green, slightly cool, faintly sweet in the way that mown grass is sweet before the sweetness turns sharp. Let these walls rise around you, not high, not imposing, just tall enough to hold the dim green light let through the lotus roof above. They do not need corners. They do not need to meet in hard lines. They can simply curve, the way reeds curve at the river's edge, gathering into a soft enclosure that is more suggestion than structure. Breathe in slowly and let the scent of iris settle somewhere just behind your closed eyes. Not sharp, not perfumed, just green and cool and a little like rain that has not yet started to fall. Breathe out and feel the walls settle a little further into their shape, the way a plant settles once it has found the angle of light it prefers. Now let the altar rise at the center, low, wide, the color of dusk held still. It does not glow brightly. It only holds its color, patiently, the way a stone holds the last warmth of a day, long after the sun has gone. There is a rhythm to this kind of building that has nothing to do with hands or tools. It happens the way breathing happens, automatically, without force, one soft motion following another until a shape exists that did not exist a moment before. The house is being built the same way sleep is built, in layers too gentle to notice individually, until suddenly, without any single dramatic moment, the whole of it is simply there, resting, complete enough for now. The old poem does not linger on any single image for long. It moves quickly from wall to altar to hall to pillar, the way a mind moves quickly through a dream, touching one detail only long enough to let it settle before moving toward the next. And yet each detail, however briefly held, is complete in itself. The iris wall entire, the purple altar entire, neither one waiting on the other to be finished before it can be real. This is worth noticing in the quiet of wherever you are resting now. You do not have to finish building this house before allowing yourself to rest inside it. The iris walls can still be forming, pale and unfinished at the edges, and still be walls enough to lean against. The purple altar can still be only a suggestion of color, barely present, and still be steady enough to hold whatever is placed there. Nothing here requires completion. Everything here only requires presence, however partial, however soft. Let your breath slow again, the way it has been slowing since this house began to take shape around you. Let your shoulders soften into whatever is holding them. Let your jaw loosen, your hands loosen, your whole weight settle a little more fully into the warm dark behind your eyes. The walls are iris. Say this quietly to yourself, or simply let it settle without needing to be said at all. The walls are iris, cool, green, faintly sweet, curving gently around the space where you are resting. The altar is purple, low, wide, glowing faintly with a color that belongs to no single hour of the day, holding its stillness at the very center of the room. Somewhere above, though it is difficult now to remember exactly where the wall ends and the roof begins, the lotus continues to curve overhead, pale and green and unhurried, filtering what little light remains into something soft enough to rest beneath. The text moves on now, the way water moves on toward the next detail. A hall filling slowly with the scent of pepper flowers, warm where the iris walls were cool, golden where the altar was the color of dusk. But there is no need to hurry toward it. The walls are still settling, the altar is still finding its color, and you are still here, breathing slowly, held inside a house built entirely from attention and fragrance, a house that asks nothing of you except to notice gently that it is holding you the way it was always meant to. Somewhere in the deep past, someone imagined this exact stillness, a river goddess's house rising quietly out of water, wall by wall, breath by breath, and thought it worth writing down, worth carrying forward across all the centuries between that moment and this one, so that someone very far away, very late at night, might borrow its shape for their own rest. The walls are iris, the altar is purple, the house is still being built gently, all around you, and there is nowhere else you need to be while it finishes forming. Beyond the purple altar, deeper into the house, there is a hall waiting to be filled. The text calls it Ba Fong Jiao Si Chung Tang, pepper scattered until it becomes a hall. Not pepper as you might know it from a kitchen shelf, sharp and small and forgotten in a jar. This is pepper as building material, pepper as substance thick enough to raise walls from, warm enough to hold a room together, the way beams and mortar hold together the houses of the ordinary world above the water. Notice how strange that is, and how easily your mind accepts it anyway. A hall made from scattered fragrance, a room that exists because something warm and spiced was thrown into the air of the water house, until the air itself became solid enough to stand inside. This is how the old poem builds. not with stone, not with timber cut from some far mountain and dragged down to the river's edge, with scent flung outward until it thickens into shelter. You can sense it if you slow down enough to let the sensing happen. A warmth entering through the walls of iris you have already placed. A low copper glow behind your closed eyes. The color of something spiced and dark and slightly sweet. The pepper does not arrive as a smell alone. It arrives as temperature, as a kind of gentle heat settling into the corners of the room you are building. The way heat settles into a stone that has spent all day in sunlight, and only now in the blue hour begins to release what it was holding. Let the walls of your house take on that particular warmth now. Not fire, nothing that flickers or needs tending. Just a held warmth, low and steady, the kind that lives in the base of the throat after something spiced has been breathed in slowly. The hall forms around that warmth the way frost forms around a held breath in winter air, quietly, and only because the conditions were exactly right. The old text does not explain how pepper becomes architecture. It does not pause to justify the transformation, to build a bridge of logic between fragrance and structure. It simply states it, the way the deep past often simply states its wonders, expecting no argument, needing none. Scattered pepper, a completed hall. The verb chang, meaning to complete, to become whole, to finish forming. The hall becomes itself through fragrance, the same way the iris walls became themselves through their own kind of forming. The same way the purple altar found its color simply by being spoken into existence. You are allowed the same trust the old poem asks of its listener. You do not need to understand the mechanism. You only need to let the pepper scatter and let the hall arrive. Breathe in slowly and let the warmth settle at the base of your chest, low and unhurried. Breathe out and feel the hall completing itself somewhere just beyond the edge of your body, in the darkness you are already resting inside. The scholars who studied this passage across the centuries have offered many readings of the pepper hall. Some say it reflects the ritual use of spiced plants and offerings to river spirits, pepper burned or scattered as part of an old devotional practice. Its warmth meant to please a goddess who lived in cold water and might welcome something that carried heat inside it. Others read it more simply as an extension of the poem's larger logic, that a house built for love must be built from things that engage every sense at once, not only sight, not only touch, but scent thick enough to be felt as warmth against the skin. Either reading arrives at the same room, a hall filled with something that is not quite smell and not quite heat, but sits exactly between the two, the way certain memories sit between the body and the mind, belonging fully to neither. You are inside a house that behaves the way sleep behaves, where warmth and thought and sensation stop needing to separate themselves cleanly, where one drifts into the other without asking permission. This is a good place to let your own breath find that same blurring. There's no need to keep the outside sounds, the hush of a fan, the settling of a house at night, the low hum wherever you happen to be resting, entirely separate from the sound of water moving somewhere beneath this fragrance house. Let them blur, the way scent and warmth blur inside the pepper hall. Let the boundary soften. You can feel the weight of your own body right now, low against whatever is holding you. A mattress, a chair, the give of a cushion beneath your shoulders. That weight is real, and it belongs here too, inside this old and unhurried architecture. Because a house built from fragrance still needs a floor, and the floor is simply the place where your body rests without needing to hold itself up any longer. Let your shoulders release into that floor now, the way pepper releases its warmth into still air. Let your jaw soften, the way a wall softens once it stops needing to defend a shape, and simply becomes the shape it always meant to be. The pepper hall, according to the old descriptions, sat close to the center of the water house. Not the outermost room, not the entrance, but somewhere nearer the heart of the structure, where a guest might arrive after already passing through iris walls and beneath a lotus roof, already slowed by fragrance before this deeper warmth ever reached them. There is a kind of architecture in that placement worth noticing. The house does not overwhelm its visitor all at once. It offers cool green fragrance first, at the walls. Then it offers warmth deeper in, once the visitor has already begun to soften. The pepper hall exists precisely because a body needs to be prepared before it can receive real warmth without flinching. You have already been prepared. The walls found you first, cool and green as new iris leaves. The altar found you next, deep purple, quiet, catching whatever soft light drifted down through the water above the house. And now the pepper hall finds you exactly when you are ready for it, soft enough already that the warmth does not startle, only settles, the way a hand settles onto a shoulder that has already begun to relax. Notice your own breathing without changing it. It is likely slowed already, sometime in the last several minutes, without your deciding to slow it. That is the pepper hall's particular gift. It does not ask you to breathe deeply or count your breaths or manage them in any deliberate way. It only offers warmth, and warmth invites slowness, the way water invites stillness once it has stopped being disturbed. Let your breath continue exactly as it is, slow, unhurried, held inside a hall that was built entirely from something scattered into the air until it became a room. The old text moves quickly past this image, a single line, 7 characters, and then the poem continues on toward cassia pillars and orchid rafters, toward the next room in this house that keeps unfolding room after room, the way a long, slow evening keeps unfolding hour after hour, each one softer than the one before. But there is no need to hurry past it the way the poem hurries. The poem was written to be spoken quickly, chanted perhaps, offered as ritual language, meant to move a listener through the full shape of the house in the space of a few careful breaths. You are not being chanted to tonight. You are being carried, slowly, through a single room at a time, with permission to stay in each one exactly as long as your body wants to stay. Stay here a little longer, in the pepper hall, if it feels good to stay. Feel the warmth in the walls around you, low and steady, undemanding. Feel your own body low and steady in turn, held by whatever surface is beneath you, needing nothing further from you, except this continued unhurried breathing. There is a particular quality to warmth remembered, rather than warmth felt directly. The memory of sun on stone, the memory of a hand once resting somewhere gentle, the memory of steam rising from something warm on a cold evening. The pepper hall seems built from exactly that kind of remembered warmth. Present enough to feel, soft enough never to demand attention, the kind of heat that asks nothing of you but that you notice it is there. You do not need to do anything with that noticing. You do not need to hold on to the warmth or examine it or turn it over, the way you might turn over a stone to look beneath it. You can simply let it be present, the way it has always been present in this old, fragrant room, waiting patiently across centuries for someone tired enough, quiet enough, willing enough to finally lie still and receive it. The house continues to build itself around you, the way it has been building since the walls first rose from the water and the roof first opened, petal by petal, above them. The pepper hall is only the latest room to complete itself, warmth gathering low in unseen corners, scent thickening the air until the air itself becomes a kind of wall you did not notice forming. Somewhere ahead, though there is no need to move toward it yet, no need to hurry through this warmth before it has finished settling into you. Cassia pillars are beginning to rise, and orchid rafters are beginning to stretch themselves across the space above, ready to hold up whatever comes next in this slow unfolding house. But that is a room for later. For now, there is only this: warmth low in the walls, breath low in your chest, a hall completed from nothing but scattered fragrance, and the quiet, old belief that a house built with enough care could hold a goddess, could hold a guest, could hold tonight, gently without asking anything in return, you. The pepper settles further into the walls. Your body settles further into whatever is holding it. Neither of you needs to do anything more than that. Not yet, not for a good long while. The pillars are the next thing to arrive. They rise slowly, the way trees rise, though no one is here to plant them, and no one is here to watch them grow. Cassia, Guidong Shilan, cassia pillars and orchid rafters, the old verse calls them, and the words seem to know they are describing something that should not be possible, and describing it anyway, because belief has never required possibility. The cassia is a tree of the far south, and its bark carries a sweetness that is warm without being sharp, close to cinnamon but softer, rounder, the kind of smell that seems to settle into the lower part of the throat and stay there. Notice whether you can find that warmth now, somewhere behind your sternum, low and steady, the way a small fire glows once it has stopped needing tending. The pillars are made from that same warmth, thickened, upright, holding nothing but themselves and the quiet weight of the room above. You do not need to picture wood grain or knots, or the rough texture bark sometimes has. Only the color, amber brown, deep as tea left steeping too long, and the smell which is already inside you, if you have been breathing slowly through this house being built. 4 pillars perhaps, or 6. The verse does not count them, and neither will this telling, because counting requires a kind of attention that the body no longer needs to give. What matters is only that they stand, evenly spaced, holding up what comes next. And what comes next is rafters made of orchid. Orchid rafters are lighter than the pillars beneath them, the way a roof's inner bones are always lighter than the trunks that carry them. The old text places orchid there, lamang, not as a flower resting decoratively across the ceiling, but as the actual beam, the actual structure, thin stems somehow bearing weight the way real timber does. This is the strange logic of the whole house, room after room, and by now it may no longer feel strange to you at all. Of course the rafters are orchid. Of course something so slight can hold up a roof, when the roof is lotus, and the walls are iris, and the whole structure has already proven, hall by hall, that fragrance is enough. That fragrance was always enough, was always its own kind of strength. Quieter than stone, slower than timber, but no less capable of holding a house together through a long night. The scent of orchid is different from the pepper you have already breathed, different from the cassia settling into the pillars below. It is a cooler smell, further back in the nose, faintly sweet, the kind of fragrance that does not announce itself so much as arrive, already present, as though it had been there before you noticed it, and will still be there after you stop noticing. You can let that cool thread move across the roof of your mouth now, the way rafters move across the top of a room, unhurried, evenly spaced, each one bearing its share of the quiet weight above. This is a good place to rest for a moment, here between the pillars and whatever comes next. Your shoulders can soften into whatever is beneath them. Your jaw does not need to hold any shape at all. The room around you, cassia below, orchid above, asks nothing of you except to keep breathing, slowly, the way you have already been breathing, the way the house itself seems to breathe, expanding gently with each new fragrance, settling, expanding again. There is a lentil next. The old verse names it plainly, Sini Meishi, a magnolia lentil, set above a doorway that has not yet been described, in a house that keeps revealing itself one threshold at a time. Magnolia blooms heavy and pale, thick-petaled, the kind of flower that seems too full of itself to move in wind, and yet somehow, in this fragrance house, it becomes the cross-beam above a door, solid where you would expect softness, still holding its bloom shape, even while doing the plain work of holding up a frame. Notice how the idea of a threshold has already softened by now, 3 or 4 rooms into this drifting construction. A doorway in this house is not a place of passing through with purpose. It is simply another pause, another place where the fragrance changes slightly, where one room's warmth gives way to the next room's coolness. The way your own breath changes almost imperceptibly from one long inhale to the next. The magnolia lentil is pale against the deeper colors of the pillars beneath it, cream, or the faintest blush of pink, the color of something that has just opened and has not yet begun to fade. Beneath that lentil, the verse tells us, lies a room of angelica, yaofang, a chamber named for a fragrant medicinal root, a room that seems to exist for rest and healing more than for any grander purpose. This is perhaps the quietest room in the whole house so far. The angelica root carries a smell that is earthier than the flowers around it, grounded, faintly bitter beneath its sweetness, the way certain herbs smell when they have been laid to dry in a cool place, unhurried, patient, waiting to be needed. You can let this room be the one where nothing else is asked of you, where the fragrance is not showy or bright but simply present, low to the ground, holding the kind of stillness that comes after a long day, when the body has finally been given permission to stop. The old healers who once gathered angelica root understood something about this stillness, that a room meant for rest should not smell exciting. It should smell like something that is already settled, something that will still be there tomorrow, unchanged, waiting. That is this room. That is perhaps becoming you. Settled, unchanged for now, waiting only in the gentlest sense, the way a held breath waits before it releases on its own without being told to. Notice the weight of your own body again, here in this angelica room of the house. Notice how your hands, wherever they are resting, have stopped needing to hold anything at all. Notice the slow rise and fall of your chest, matching, if you let it, the slow rise and fall of a house being built from nothing but flowers and the intention behind them, one small breath at a time. The whole structure by now, has become something larger than any single room. Cassia pillars holding up orchid rafters, a magnolia lintel marking a doorway that asks nothing of you. An angelica room beyond it meant only for rest, for the kind of stillness that doesn't need explaining. Each part of the house was once, according to the old verse, a living plant growing somewhere along a river bank or a hillside, the cassia tree with its narrow dark leaves, the orchid trailing low and unseen among grasses, the magnolia opening its heavy pale blossoms toward a sky it barely seemed to notice, the angelica root buried quiet and patient beneath the soil. None of them, on their own, seemed built for architecture. None of them were ever meant to hold up a roof, or mark a threshold, or shelter a resting body through a long night. And yet here they are, in this old telling, doing exactly that, because the poem does not describe a house built from timber and stone dressed up with flowers for decoration. It describes a house that is flowers, entirely, structurally, as though the boundary between fragrance and material had simply never existed in the first place. This is perhaps the oldest kind of devotion, the belief that something soft enough, given with enough care, becomes strong enough to hold weight, that a goddess waiting in deep water might not need stone at all, that what she needed instead was intention, gathered plant by plant, breath by breath, until fragrance itself became load-bearing, until softness itself became shelter. You do not need to hold that thought very tightly. It can simply rest here, the way the pillars rest beneath the rafters, the way the lintel rests above the doorway, the way your own body is resting now, low and warm, in whatever room of this house you have drifted into without quite noticing the crossing. There may be more rooms still to come. There may be a hall not yet named, a wall not yet raised, a fragrance not yet released into the air around you. But there is no need to move toward any of it yet. The cassia pillars are steady. The orchid rafters are steady. The magnolia lintel holds its pale shape above a doorway that asks nothing of you, and beyond it, the angelica room waits, unhurried, smelling faintly of earth and rest, and the deep patience of roots that have always known how to wait for spring without needing to hurry toward it. Your breath can stay slow here. Your body can stay heavy here. The house continues to build itself, quietly, room by fragrant room, and you do not have to lift a single beam. Something moves at the edge of this room now, not the wind, not quite. A softness, hanging where a wall might have been. The old text speaks of this moment simply. It calls it netting the creeping fig for curtains, Wang Bili Shi Wei Wei. Vines gathered, not cut, woven, not built, a curtain grown rather than hung. You can feel it before you see it, the way you feel a change in temperature before you understand why the air has shifted. The creeping fig grows low along old stone in the world above the water. It clings without asking permission. It finds a surface and simply stays. Here in this house that breathes underwater, it has been gathered into something softer. Not rope, not cloth, something between the two, hanging in loose lengths where a doorway used to be a doorway and is now something more like a suggestion. You do not have to name which doorway. There have been several by now. The house has stopped counting its own rooms, and so can you. The curtain moves, though nothing in this water is truly moving. That is the strange grace of this particular fragrance. It does not need wind to stir it. It stirs because it is alive in some low, unhurried way, the way moss is alive, the way roots are alive, holding still and being restless at once. Notice your own hands now, resting somewhere against the weight of a blanket or the warmth of your own arms. They do not need to reach for the curtain. They can simply know that it is there, a few feet away or a few centuries away, hanging in soft lengths of green that catch what little light finds its way down through the lotus roof far above. The text moves to another line, and it moves the way water moves, without hurry, without seams. Xie Shi Ji Zhang. The iris mats, unrolled, already spread. Something has been laid down here for you, not just built, laid down, unfurled the way a mat is unfurled at the end of a long day, smoothed flat by a hand that does not linger, because the smoothing itself is the gift, not the touching. The iris that made the walls in an earlier room has found its way here too, transformed again, the same plant offering a different shape of comfort. First a wall, now something to rest upon. This is the pattern of the whole house, if a house built from breathing plants can be said to have a pattern. Nothing here is single-purposed. The iris does not simply hold up a wall and stop being useful. It becomes floor. It becomes mat. It becomes the surface beneath a body that has finally allowed itself to lie down. You may notice that you have been lying down this entire time. You may notice that some part of you arrived at this room before your attention did, the way sleep arrives before you notice you have crossed into it. That is fine. That is more than fine. That is exactly how a house like this wants to be entered, not stepped into deliberately, but found already beneath you, already around you, the mat already unrolled before you thought to ask for it. Feel the place where your body meets whatever holds it right now. The mattress, the mat, the old worn softness of a bed that has held you many nights before this one. Let that place grow warm. Let it grow slightly heavier, the way the iris mat in this old poem grows heavier with dew it never asked for and does not resent. The curtain stirs again behind you, or beside you, or somewhere that no longer has a clear direction, because direction has started to soften along with everything else. Bili, the creeping fig. Say it slowly in your mind if you like, or do not say it at all. The sound was always secondary to the shape, and the shape was always secondary to the feeling of something soft hanging where hardness used to be. ZC, small syllables, old syllables, sounds that have traveled this far, only to become texture now instead of meaning. You do not need to translate anymore. The house has stopped asking to be understood, and has simply asked to be felt, which is a much smaller request, and much easier to grant. Notice how the fragrances have begun to blur into one another, the way scents do when a room has been layered with too many flowers to separate. Pepper folding into cassia, orchid folding into magnolia, the low green smell of the fig curtain folding into all of it, until there is only one smell left, the smell of the whole house breathing at once. That blurring is not a loss. It is what happens near the edge of sleep. Categories loosen, edges soften, the mind stops needing to know which flower is which because all of them together have become simply this: a warmth in the chest, a stillness in the shoulders, a softness behind the eyes that was not there an hour ago. The curtain sways once more. It does not sway toward anything. It only sways because it is unattached at its lower edge, because a hanging thing must move a little in order to prove it is truly hanging and not simply painted onto the water. You are hanging a little too, in your own way, suspended between waking and the deeper water beneath it. unattached at your own lower edge, swaying without needing to go anywhere. The mat beneath you does not ask you to hold any particular shape. It has already taken the shape of you, the way water takes the shape of whatever moves through it, the way sleep takes the shape of whoever finally stops resisting it. The old line returns once more, quieter now than before. Curtains of creeping fig, mats of iris already unrolled. Say them to yourself as one long soft phrase if it helps. Curtain and mat, hanging and lying down, the vertical softness and the horizontal softness, meeting somewhere in the middle of this room, meeting somewhere in the middle of you. There is nothing left to build in this particular corner of the house. The vines have already been gathered. Whatever effort this room once required, it was completed by someone else, in some other time, and handed to you finished. The way a blanket is sometimes already warm when you climb beneath it, because someone thought of you before you arrived. You can rest in that thought the way you rest on the mat, fully, without needing to check whether it will hold you. It has held others before you, a goddess who never quite arrived, a house that keeps building itself in her almost absence, a long line of listeners who came to this same room in the dark and let their shoulders drop the same way yours are dropping now. The curtain sways. The mat holds still. Somewhere above, very far above, the lotus roof continues to hold back a river that has decided, for tonight, not to come rushing in. You do not have to check on the roof. You do not have to check on the walls. You do not have to check on anything at all. The house remembers itself so that you do not have to. Feel the weight of your eyelids now, however they are resting, closed or nearly closed, or simply heavy in the way that eyelids become heavy near the deep hours of the night. That heaviness is its own kind of curtain, hung without your choosing it, swaying gently closed the way the fig vine curtain sways here in this fragrant water-held room. Let it hang. There is nothing behind it that needs watching. There is only more house, more soft rooms, more mats already unrolled for whatever part of you still wants to lie down. The old words settle now, the way dust settles, the way silt settles at the bottom of slow-moving water. Wang bi li shi wei wei, shi ji zhang. Curtains gathered, mats already spread. Nothing left to do but rest inside what has already been made ready. Nothing left to do but rest inside what has already been made ready. And yet the house, being a house, still needed one last thing. Not a wall, not a roof, something smaller than that, and quieter. The old text speaks of weights set down at the corners of the room, so that nothing built from petals and fragrance would drift away in the current. White jade, the text says, Bai Yu Shi Wei Jian, white jade for the weights. You can feel what that means without needing to understand it as information. Something pale, something cool, something heavier than the flowers around it, resting low, keeping the lightness of the room from floating up into the water and dissolving. The lotus roof is light, the iris walls are light. The curtains of creeping fig lift and fall with no more effort than breath. But a house needs at least one thing that does not lift, one thing that stays low, stays still, holds the corners down against the slow pull of the river. That is what the white jade is for. Not to make the room heavier, only to make it possible for everything else to stay soft. Sense that in your own body now the way you might sense a stone at the bottom of a pond, unseen but felt in how still the water above it becomes. Your own weight is doing something similar tonight, not holding you down, holding you still. The mattress beneath you, or the cushion, or whatever surface has agreed to carry you through these hours, is behaving like white jade at the corner of the fragrant room, pale, quiet, faithful, keeping you from drifting anywhere you do not need to go. You do not have to hold yourself in place. The weight beneath you is already doing that work. Let your shoulders stop trying to help. One at each corner, though it never says so directly. It only says the word, and lets the shape of the room fill itself in around that single detail. This is how the old song works. It gives one stone and trusts you to feel the whole floor. So here is the stone. Feel the floor. Feel how the room, already built from lotus and iris and cassia and orchid, needed only this last small addition of stillness to become complete. Fragrance can shape a wall. Fragrance can roof a hall. But fragrance alone cannot keep a room from swaying loose in slow water forever. Something pale and quiet has to hold the corners, white jade, cool to the palm, though no hand touches in tonight. Pale in a room already dim with dusk-light filtered through a lotus roof, so pale that it seems to hold a little of its own glow, the way certain stones do when everything around them has gone dark. You do not need to see it clearly. Very little in this house has asked to be seen clearly. It has only asked to be felt. Walls felt as coolness, roof felt as fragrance, pillars felt as steadiness beneath a ceiling that might otherwise seem too soft to trust. Now the weights, felt as stillness, felt as the exact and simple fact that something in this room is not moving, and because of that everything else is allowed to move so gently that the movement no longer registers as motion at all. Notice how your own breath has become like that, still slowing, still gentling, no longer arriving in noticeable waves, but more like something that simply continues, low and even, requiring nothing from you. You are not breathing the room anymore so much as the room is breathing you. That is close enough to the same thing that the difference stops mattering. There is one more detail in the old text, small and easy to miss, the way the smallest details in old songs are often the ones that carry the most weight. Chuci lan shi wei fang, scattered stone orchid for fragrance, not planted, not arranged in rows along a wall, scattered, the way petals fall from a full branch without asking where they land, the way small stones settle across a riverbed in patterns no one designed and no one needs to correct. These are orchids that grow low, close to stone, closer to the ground of the water house than the orchid rafters overhead. A second orchid humbler than the first, asking for none of the ceiling's attention. It simply lies scattered across the floor of the room, and lets its fragrance rise upward on its own, uninvited, unhurried. You do not have to search for where it has settled. It has settled everywhere a little. This is the nature of scattered things. They do not concentrate themselves into one corner where you might point and say, "There, that is the orchid." They diffuse. They become part of the general sweetness of the air rather than a single located scent. Your own tiredness is behaving in something like that way now. Not gathered in one place, not only in your eyes, not only in your limbs, not only in the slow drag behind your thoughts, but scattered through you evenly, the way stone orchid scatters through the floor of a fragrant room. Every part of you carrying a little of it. No part of you needing to carry all of it alone. Let it stay scattered. There is no reason to gather it into one place and examine it. It works better spread thin, low to the ground, the way it was always meant to lie. The house, then, is merely finished settling. Roof of lotus still overhead, gently sloped, gently fragrant. Walls of iris, pale green, holding the shape of the room without needing to hold it firmly. Purple altar somewhere near the center, not glowing exactly but present. The way certain colors remain present even in dim light, felt more than seen. Cassia pillars standing without strain, orchid rafters crossing the space above, holding nothing more than air and scent and the low murmur of water outside the walls. Magnolia lintels over doorways that no longer need opening tonight. Angelica rooms, unentered, unnecessary, simply there, simply available, in case some quieter part of you still wants somewhere further to go. Curtains of creeping fig hanging without stirring, mats of iris unrolled, waiting for weight that has already in a way arrived. And now, at the four low corners of the room, white jade, pale, cool, unmoving, holding the whole fragrant structure steady against the current outside. And scattered across the floor between them, low stone orchid, filling whatever small spaces the larger fragrances left unfilled, so that even the gaps in the room smell of something soft. Nothing in this house is loud. Nothing in this house is asking anything of you. The waits do their quiet work without needing your attention. The scattered orchid does its quiet work without needing to be found. The whole room simply continues to be what it has already become, finished, settled, still. You can rest in the middle of all of it and not be the one holding anything up. That was never your task tonight. Your task, if it can even be called that, was only to breathe here for a while and let something older than you do the holding. The river continues to move past the walls, the way it has always moved past the walls, patient, indifferent, gentle in its indifference. It does not disturb the house. It has learned over some span of time longer than any single night exactly how to flow around a room built from flowers without unmaking it. You can learn something similar from it now without trying very hard. Let whatever moves around you, thought, sound, the far-off hush of the world outside wherever you are lying, pass by the way the river passes the walls of the fragrant house. Close, present, unable to enter, unable to disturb what has already been made still. White jade at the corners, stone orchid scattered low, the house held down just enough to stay, held light enough to breathe. Feel your own body agreeing to something similar, heavy enough to stay where it is, light enough that the stay costs nothing. There is very little left to add to this room, almost nothing left to name. The old song is nearly finished giving its details, the way a night is nearly finished giving its hours, quietly, without announcement, one soft thing following another until there is nothing more to follow. Soon there will be only the room itself, no longer needing its parts described one at a time, existing instead as a single held breath of fragrance and water and low steady light. You do not have to wait for that moment to arrive. You are already inside it. The weights are set. The orchid is scattered. The house has stopped needing to be built because it is finished, and rests now the way you are resting now, low in the water, cool at its corners, fragrant all the way through, still. The pillars are cassia. Say it again, softly, and feel how little weight the words carry now. The walls are iris. The roof is lotus. The pillars are cassia. There is nothing more to explain about them. There was never very much to explain. A wall can be made of iris. A roof can be made of lotus. A pillar can be made of cassia wood, pale and fragrant, holding up nothing heavier than water and quiet. Breathe the architecture. That was always the invitation. From the very beginning, though it took this long to arrive at it plainly. Breathe the architecture. Let the room build itself again inside you, with each slow breath in and each slower breath out. The walls are iris. You do not have to see them. You only have to let the word rest in you. Iris, and something in the body understands. A soft green wall, a cool wall, a wall that keeps nothing out, because there is nothing outside anymore worth keeping out. The roof is lotus, a roof that opens instead of closing, a roof made of petals layered, holding back nothing but the dark, and even that gently the way an eyelid holds back light. The pillars are cassia, upright, quiet, sweet at the core. They do not strain. They do not bear a weight that troubles them. They simply stand, the way your own breath stands in your chest for a moment, before it turns and goes out again. Notice your own breathing now without changing it. In and a small pause. Out and a small pause. That pause is the room. That pause is where the house has always lived. Not in the walls, not in the roof, but in the little quiet between one breath and the next. The walls are iris. The roof is lotus. The pillars are cassia. Say them or do not say them. The saying was only ever a way of pointing towards something that does not need pointing at anymore, because you are already resting inside it, the way water rests inside a riverbed, the way breath rests inside a chest, without effort, without watching itself do so. The old catalogers who once wrote these lines down have set their brushes aside. The ink has dried on the bamboo. There is nothing left for them to record, because the recording was only ever meant to lead here, to this low room, this soft dark, this slow water closing gently over a roof of flowers. The walls are iris. Feel where your own body meets the surface beneath it. The mattress, the mat, the folded cloth. Let that meeting place be the wall. Soft, close, holding nothing back, only holding you. The roof is lotus. Feel the weight of your own eyelids. Closed now or nearly closed. Petal over petal, layered soft, letting in only the dimmest suggestion of light. The kind of light that does not ask anything of you. The pillars are cassia. Feel your own spine, however you are lying, long and unhurried, holding you up the way a pillar holds a roof, not with strain, but with a kind of patient willingness, sweet at the center, untroubled. The walls are iris. The roof is lotus. The pillars are cassia. 3 things, only 3 things, repeated until they stop being 3 things and become one thing, a fragrance, low and constant, moving through a room that has no more corners left to describe. There was pepper once, filling a hall with warmth. There was purple once, an altar rising low and dark at the center of a floor. There was cassia and orchid together in the rafters, magnolia at the doorways, angelica behind quiet walls. All of it is still here. None of it needed to be lost. It has simply folded itself down into these 3 lines, the way a long day folds itself down into a few final slow breaths before sleep. The walls are iris. The roof is lotus. The pillars are cassia. A house needs very little to be a house. It needs a wall to lean against. It needs a roof to keep the sky at a soft distance. It needs something upright at its center, quietly bearing what little there is to bear. That is all a house has ever needed, in any world under any river. You do not have to build anything more tonight. The building was finished before you noticed it finishing. The walls are iris. the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Somewhere above this room, if there is an above left to speak of, the river continues its low, unhurried movement, curling around a house it does not need to see, to know is there. The water does not press, the water does not hurry. It only moves the way breath moves, in and out, over and around, patient with everything it touches. Feel the same patience in your own chest now. There is nothing here that needs to be finished by you. There is nothing here waiting on your effort. The room stands, the room breathes. You are only asked to rest inside it, the way the fragrance rests inside the wood, unseen, entirely present. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. If a shape still moves faintly at the edge of things, a low presence near the water's edge, still waiting, still listening, she does not ask you to watch her any longer. She only asks that the room hold, that the fragrance hold, that the quiet hold a little longer, the way a note holds after the string has gone still. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Nothing more needs naming, nothing more needs finishing. The house is here, the water is here, your breath is here, slow, low, unhurried, the last small motion left in a room that has otherwise gone still. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Rest now inside the repetition itself, the way you might rest inside a single quiet note played over and over, softer each time, until it is no longer a sound at all, only a shape the silence remembers. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Let the words grow smaller each time you hear them, the way a stone grows smaller the longer the river holds it. Worn soft, worn round, worn until it is barely a stone at all, only a shape the water has agreed to keep. Feel the place where your shoulders meet whatever is beneath them, the way a wall softens when it is made of iris instead of stone. There is no hardness left to hold on to. There was never very much hardness in this house to begin with. Feel your hands wherever they are resting. Let them be heavy, the way petals are heavy when they have finally stopped reaching for light and simply lie where they have fallen, one over another, roof enough for anything beneath them. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Somewhere far back in this telling there was a hall filled with the scent of pepper, warm and low, and a purple altar rising quietly at its center. That hall is still here, folded into the dark behind these three lines, the way a whole day is folded into the single word, evening. Somewhere further back still, there were cassia beams and orchid rafters, magnolia lintels, a small room kept for Angelica, its walls faintly bitter and sweet at once. That room has not vanished. It has only grown quiet, the way a voice grows quiet near the end of a long story, not because it has run out of things to say, but because saying has stopped being necessary. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Notice the weight of the blanket or the cloth or simply the air resting over your skin. Let it be white jade tonight, cool and smooth, pressing down just enough to keep the room from drifting anywhere it should not go. It does not pin you, it only steadies you, the way a stone steadies the corner of a mat set down beside still water. Notice the last thread of scent in the room around you, real or imagined, and let it be orchids scattered thin across a floor that no longer needs sweeping, because there is nothing left in this house that is not already fragrant. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. There is a rhythm now that does not need new words to carry it. 3 lines, turning over slowly, the way a wheel turns when it is nearly done turning, each revolution taking a little longer than the one before, each one asking a little less of you. You may lose a line here or there. You may find one line blurring into the next, iris folding into lotus, lotus folding into cassia, until the three are no longer three at all, but one long, low exhale with no hard edge anywhere inside it. That is not a mistake. That is the room finishing what it began, becoming at last a single fragrance rather than a list of them. The walls are iris, the roof is lotus, the pillars are cassia. Let your breath carry the words now instead of your voice. In, iris, out, lotus, in again, cassia. There is nothing more precise than this left to ask of you tonight. The house holds, the water holds, somewhere above the surface moves without hurry, and somewhere below in this low fragrant room you rest, unnamed, unhurried, nearly gone. The house begins to settle now, not falling, just settling. The way a leaf settles onto water it has already touched 100 times. The walls of iris grow soft at their edges. The lotus roof leans down, petal by petal, closer to the surface it was always facing. The cassia pillars do not break. They simply forget, one by one, that they were ever holding anything up. Nothing is lost in this. Nothing falls. The house is only returning to the water it was built inside of, the way a breath returns to stillness after it has said everything it came to say. You can feel your own weight doing something similar. Heavier now in the places where you touch the bed, softer at the edges of yourself, the way the walls have softened. There is no need to hold your shape too carefully. Below the surface, where the fragrance house has always lived, the current is patient. It has been waiting the whole time you were building, waiting without hurry, the way water waits for anything. Now it moves in, slow as breath, and the iris walls lean into it and do not resist. The purple altar dims to the color of the river at dusk, which is the color it was always going to become. The pepper-scented hall grows quiet, its warmth folding into the cooler water the way a held breath folds, at last, into an exhale. The orchid rafters loosen from the lintels of magnolia, not breaking, only remembering that they were flowers first, and rafters only for a while, only for this one warm, fragrant night. You do not need to watch this happen. You can simply know that it is happening, somewhere low and warm and just beneath you, while your own eyes stay closed, while your own breath stays slow. The curtains of creeping fig come down last, the way the softest things always come down last, folding over the room like water closing over water. And there at the center of it, where the white jade weights once held the mats of iris still against any current, there the room grows very quiet. Notice how still your hands have become, not gripping anything, not reaching for anything, just resting the way stone rests, the way the white jade rested at the center of that fragrant house, holding nothing down anymore because there is nothing left that needs to be held. The scattered stone orchids once placed for fragrance drift free now, small and pale, turning slowly in the dark water like the last few thoughts of a mind that has almost finished thinking for the day. They do not need to arrive anywhere. They only need to turn, slow, unhurried, and settle eventually onto a river floor that has been waiting for them the whole time. This is the house the old songs describe, the one built of lotus and iris and cassia, of pepper and orchid and cool white jade. And this is also, tonight, the room you have carried inside your own chest for the length of this listening. Both are dissolving now together into the same water. There was a woman who waited for this house once. The songs never gave her a single fixed shape, only a presence at the river's edge, only a scent carried on wind, only the sense of someone arriving, and almost arriving, and arriving again. She was called in another part of these river songs a lord of the Shong, waited for near white flowers not yet named. And she was called in this part a lady, for whom an entire house of fragrance was raised out of water and offered petal by petal to a devotion that never fully explained itself and never needed to. Perhaps there were never two at all. Perhaps, like the walls and the roof and the pillars, they were only one long presence, folding into itself the way mist folds into the surface of a river at dusk, the way a name settles at last into no name, the way you are settling now. You do not have to know which one she was. You do not have to know if she ever arrived. The songs left her at the water's edge, waiting, the way you are left now, at the edge between waking and something softer, something without hard corners anywhere inside it. The fragrance house sinks the rest of the way without any sound at all. The lotus roof touches the surface and passes through it and is gone. The iris walls follow, unresisting, dissolving into the same water that gave them their color. The cassia pillars go last, low and slow, the scent of them rising once, faintly, before the current takes that too. Somewhere above, where the water meets the night air, mist is gathering the way it gathered at the very beginning of this listening. Soft, low, moving without direction, without hurry, without needing anywhere to go. And somewhere in that mist, if there was ever a shape to her at all, she is only that now. Mist and scent and the last pale suggestion of someone who once waited at a river's edge for a house built entirely of fragrance. The river holds her the way it is holding you, unhurried, unnamed, nearly gone. The walls were iris, the roof was lotus, the pillars were cassia, and now there is only water, and only breath, and only the quiet, complete stillness of a house that has finished becoming what it always was.